Let's test this out. Test, test, test. Why is it so low? Ay, ay, ay. Let's turn that off. Got all kinds of things going on here. Voice seems too low. Let me see if I can fix that. My mixer settings. Test, test, test. Boy, that is real low. Device properties. I don't know if that's going to work. Manage sound devices. Trying to remember. Sound control panel, is that it? I think that's it. Recording. Yeti. Properties. That's up all the way. I don't know. Yeah, it's up all the way. Hello, hello. Is that a little better? I'm not sure. Yeah, it actually is, kind of. A little bit. Could always turn my gain up on the microphone itself. It's pretty high as it is. Let's actually turn it down a little bit. Right there is usually where I have it. Maybe I got to speak a little louder. What do you think, folks? Anyway, just getting started here. So, we'll see who joins us today for this episode of the Paint Along. Gotta wash some bases. I got 15 bases to do here. Right now they're an off-white color. Looks like off-white. It's not. It's kind of a tan. I actually put paint in the spackling here, but it wasn't enough. That's okay. I'll give it a nice wash. I got intense chestnut and intense wood. I think I'll go for the chestnut. Let's see if we can get this sound here figured out. Get that out of here. I think that's all right. Just broadcasting on YouTube today. That's it. Twitch. Excuse me. I probably should use my palette for this. Proper. Visor charged and in action here. Let's test it out, see what we're looking like. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's good. All right, let's get started here. Anyway, folks, how was your week so far? Closing in on a weekend. I didn't do any chats this week. I think I did one. I had internet problems, major. I tried to have some chats early on in the week, and they failed miserably, so I actually had to call support and get them in here to fix whatever's wrong. They essentially rewired the whole setup here, so yeah. Needed some rewiring. That's all taken care of. It was a couple days ago now. Now we can get back to it. Got some new games to talk about. Thanks to my good friend Squirrel. Some gaming goodness that arrived in the mail. That was about a couple days ago too. Gaming goodness that has inspired me to no end. This project is nearing completion now. These last 15 bases. Everything will be ready for flocking, and it generally takes a day. I might take 2 days to do it. Do it all in one go. I usually do that offline. But we'll see. I'm thinking of doing that online. It's kind of messy. And that's it. Seal them up, take some video. Good to go. Boy, I have to paint the tips of those banner poles. Actually, let me get out some silver so I don't forget that. Some steel. Whatever that might be. Here it is. I got some Vallejo Model Air. That'll remind me. Gotta paint those tips of the banner poles. Could be silver or brass. Let's use this today. Find a clean spot here. Is that right? That's the wrong vein. I want the chestnut. Got my earplugs or my earphones on here. I can still hear the cat snoring away. Yikes. He's a behemoth. It's like a pet lion. The weather's been outstanding. We actually have a proper spring start here. A proper March. Nighttime gets a bit chilly. Cold even, but man, we get up close to 70 degrees in the daytime. Every day, sunshine. Warmer weather. Pretty fantastic. Pretty exciting. After being locked away all winter. Oof. That's rough. Let's see. Back here. I think I got it covered. Here. Looks good. Fix the exposure here. That doesn't look right to me. It's too dark. That's where it wants to be. Put it there. It's a little choppy, a little too much. All right. Put it on auto then. Of course, I got a lamp on my head. Also bought some stuff. Again, thanks to the inspiration of Squirrel Hermit. Lots going on. Base is a little messy with mud. Okay, I think I got that one. It's 3 bases so far. Not bad. Looking good. What a difference that makes, right? Could use a little highlight too if you wanted. I generally don't do that too often. Doesn't really need it. It's just a nice little extra touch. Make the ground stand out a little bit. Most of it's going to be covered with flock. Not all of it, but some of it. Just leave some of the earth showing through. Oh. Test, volume levels, looking good. Yep, everything looks good. Excellent. So, I got my Hyperborea books in. Talking about RPGs once again. Got almost all the second edition books and modules, which is exciting. A lot of downloads printed out. Got the screen. So I went out, being inspired as I was, got all the third edition books, except for the newest modules, which I have to get, and I'm definitely going to get. But yeah, that's pretty much thanks to Squirrel Hermit, who sent along all those second edition books. So kudos to Squirrel. It's probably my favorite RPG period. And I didn't have any of the hardcovers, and I can't play a game without hardcovers. Had all the PDFs. It wasn't enough. So now I got them all. I'm pretty motivated, so I guess that's my next project. I'm waiting to do that for a long time. So there's that. Still got to pick up Midgard. 2 fat lardies. I've been putting that off. I got that. Bunch of lardy stuff I'm actually on my most immediate want list. Midgard, or What a Cowboy. Chain of Command, 2nd edition. Which I don't think is released yet. I'm quite keen on trying that, as well as Bolt Action. These are the most immediate games on my list. Along with what I'm currently working on, which is Triumph and Flames of War. I'm really looking forward to building my collection of miniatures once again, starting this year. I guess technically I already started. And let us not forget my 40K stuff and fantasy stuff. So I'm getting there. I'm getting started. But I think this year is going to be a good year for my plans and what I'm trying to do. So there is that. There's so many really good games that have come out in the last few years. Like Midgard, for instance, is one that really stands out to me as being probably the most innovative I've seen in a while. So it definitely stands out and something I want to play quite a bit of. We'll see. I don't even have enough models to play a game, but I'm sure we'll get there. Check, check, check. How's the sound coming through? See, one of my community members is in the chat. I can't see because I'm blind. Oh, it's Clyde Dashing. How you doing, Clyde? I haven't seen you in a while, man. How you been? Of course, it's partly my fault. Folks have not seen me at all because I've had internet problems and I finally got it rectified. So, at least 3 days I've been out of the sync here. No streams, nothing. Maybe even 4 days. I couldn't even stream. I attempted it a bunch of times and it just kept bouncing me off and back on and off again. The next day my internet was gone for hours and hours. It'd come back for a short while and gone again for hours. So I had them come in and they had to rewire everything. Sick as a sick dog with sick kids. Oof. That's too bad, man. You're the second one I know that's been sick recently. Who was sick? I know James was sick for a while. That's a couple weeks ago. A few weeks, unless I'm wrong. Then there was Squirrel. I think Squirrel was sick. Zadarok was sick. Yeah. The digital bug passing around. That's what's going on. Everybody buckle up. Clyde is sick. Yeah, it could have been. Could have been. But it's all figured now. It's all squared away. So we could get back to this. This project, by the way, is almost done, Clyde. I literally just have to finish washing these last few bases. 11 bases. And let them dry till the next session, which is going to be flocking. I could do that in one session. I might break it up into 2, though. It's no big push. But yeah, and that's it. That's it. Shoot some video. Seal them. And yes, I do have to paint the tips of the flagpoles. Remind me. I put the paint in front of me so I won't forget. And that's it. Ship them out. Get them out of here. And then it's time to reassess and adjust my mind here, my vibe, and figure out what's next. I know what's next, but I'm not sure I want to do it or not. But we'll see. Kevin Krause has got a project with me that I am going to do. But the other projects are from one gentleman who's probably been waiting. Well, he's been waiting over a year because of my wait list. And of course, Ian passed away. His project is kind of canceled now, and it's become my own. So my schedule is all messed up. Rough year, man. Rough year. So what I might do is take these 2 projects. One is Austrian Napoleonic, one is French Napoleonic. I'll look at them again. Just send them back and refund his down payment to whatever degree and just get that out of the way and back to him. I don't want to do that. Probably won't. We'll see. But I've got to get to these projects. I got to get things done and squared away and get my schedule cleaned up. How you doing, Big Small? How you doing, Paul? I started watching the battle report. I haven't watched the whole thing, though. I will. I feel bad. I know ours hasn't watched it. He I forget what his reasoning was, but he sets it aside, those kinds of things, for a binge watch or something. I don't know. I've just been too preoccupied. I did watch the beginning, though. From Big Small Worlds. Shut up and paint. I have to look at the avatar. Oh, that's you, Dread. You and Neil, you both changed your names. And I barely see you. You pop in. Who is that? What is that, Neil? No, wait, that's not Neil. Who? No, that's Dreadlin. That's who it is. I have to go by the avatar. You guys got to stop this. You're messing me up, man. How are you doing, Dread? My good friend from the Midlands. How is everything? I see you were painting some Sisters of Battle. I saw that. I'm like stokaged out the wazoo. I didn't know you were going to do some Sisters of Battle. And oh man, did you do a fantastic job. Puts me to shame, as it would normally. If you don't know, folks, Dread is a fantastic painter, like a lot of folks in this community. Blows me away. And of course, Dreadlin has to go all the way to the eyeballs and paint the eyes. I'm surprised he didn't put little makeup on there, little eye shadow or something, you know? I'm surprised. Maybe he did. I'll have to look again. Because that's the way he rumbles, being a dioramist. Dioramas. Yeah. Big Smile says, I'm watching as I walk home through the cold and wet. Oh, it's a shame, man. My fingers are... Oh, man. That's right. You're over in the UK. It's going to be cold. Still cold there. We got great weather here right now. It's beautiful. Little laughter there. I'm okay. There's stuff going on. Yeah. It's been a crazy month. It's been a crazy... 2024 was crazy for me. Just, oh, man. So much happened. I was raised a poor orc child. And then, of course, there's Cal, who throws me off. I'm catching on to you, Cal. I know you changed your name there as well. That makes 3 of you guys throwing me off. But that's Cal. I was raised a poor orc child. Boy, what a name. Too many syllables. Too many syllables, Cal. You're throwing me off again. I've got a few to do. You're too kind, bro. I'm just talking truth. It's your fantastic work. Little inspiration for me. I love my Sisters of Battle. What's your opinion, though, Dred? You're painting these Sisters of Battle. I think, to me, they're the most enjoyable 40K models I've ever come across to paint. I don't know why. I guess maybe... I mean, the models are okay, you know? Reasonably detailed, not crazy. Not dealing with a lot of different crazy colors. Maybe I'm just biased because I'm a Sisters of Battle fan. I just love painting them. I consider them the best. Funner than my Dark Angels. A little laughter from Cal. Yeah, chuck it up, chuck it up. Or laugh it up. Yuck it up. What am I saying? Chuck it up? A little chuck up from Cal over there. Don't do that. They're real nice minis. Just take a long time to paint. Still learning to paint 40K. Yeah, well, there you go. Still learning? Are you kidding me? Getting used to, you mean? I wouldn't say you're learning anything at this stage. You're the master, for crying out loud. Of course, a master never stops learning, right? Right? Or is that? See? Fred's up on this stuff. A master never stops learning, he would say. In his Yoda pose. There you go. That's Dread. I hate painting eyes. I think my success rate is less than 30%. There you go, Paul. I don't even bother with eyes. Dred says they make me want to take my time and try to paint them nice. Don't they though? Don't they? I get that too. I mean, they're so sexy. Come on. You want them to look sexy. You want to just slap the paint on those buttes? My army has become my girlfriend. Orcish upchuck. That's right, Cal. That's right. The old upchuck. Chucka uppus. Ah. We never stop. Nope. You stop learning, you're not living. Exactly. There you go, Clyde. There you go. So, everybody knows. We got the vibe of Yoda going on in the chat today. Fantastic. Most eyes, I don't paint. Just shade dark. Yep, same with me. Because I want to use them in a game. I can always go back and paint eyes if I want to. I doubt it. But someone like Dred, he's going for the eyes right from the get-go. He's not messing about. So I'm impressed. Do you always paint the eyes for 28s, Dred? I'm trying to think. I would probably think you do, but maybe not. Maybe not. Like your bolt action stuff. Did you paint the eyes on all those models? Why didn't I think of that? Only painting them if I can see them. Yeah, there you go. I see nothing. Well said, Cal. Well said. Oh, my God. We need Squirrel in here with his extra dark paint. Have you ever seen that paint? I forget what it's called. I forget who even makes it, but he's got a paint that is blacker than black. It's one of those, you know, special colors. We've talked about it before. It's crazy. It's blacker than darkness. It's actually a little bit unsettling when he puts them on the table. He painted the bases with it. It's like they're just... the base almost disappears. I said, well, put a black sheet underneath them and let's see. It was literally blacker than the black sheet. It was like they were sitting on little black holes, about to get sucked into oblivion. Anyway, I don't know how I got talking about that. Or only a personality figure. Some faces just don't have the detail. Yeah, you're right. My rule of thumb is I don't paint the eyes, period. I don't need to. Don't need to. I'm approaching it from the perspective of a wargamer, right? You want to get these things on the table. You're only going to look at them from 3-4 feet away. You're not going to notice the eyes, really. So, I don't really bother. Because, again, as a gamer, I'm trying to get these on the table to play with. And that's the way I approach it. And if I want, I could go back and add little details like the eyes if I want. If I want. But it shouldn't be necessary. And I think that's the way most gamers approach it. Right, Dred? I think we all mostly approach it that way. Just can't be bothered with that kind of detail. And there's some gamers that I know who usually also love to paint, that always paint the eyes. I mean, it's just not done. Maybe they got OCD. I don't know. Probably. But, Paul Alba comes to mind. I think he always paints the eyes on his little 18mm figures. Are you kidding me? And he's so good at it. He really does enjoy painting, though, and he's not racing. He's not trying to get things done for a game or something. Neither am I, really, but... Well, maybe, I guess maybe I am at this stage. Starting over with my collections. I kind of got a little rush. Like, whatever I'm working on. Bigger monsters. When you stare into the black paint, it stares back at you. You should see it, Clyde. I don't think you were around when when he was showing that off. When I see him, I'll ask him to share that again. It's crazy dark. At first I was thinking it'd be incredibly useful. But as I think about it now, I don't know. Like I said, it's kind of unsettling how black it is. I mean, it does stand out when you put it on the tabletop. You can't avoid it. You have these little black holes moving around your battlefield with a miniature on top. I'm surprised they don't suck them in. Dangerous, I'm telling you. I have to correct the eyes in almost every video. They either don't match each other or they're looking the wrong way. I learned something from Paul about painting eyes. There's a little trick. I know how to paint eyes. I'm sure we all do, but I never do it. But there's one little trick that he taught me that makes all the sense in the world, and it does work. One of the problems with painting eyes, if you're not careful and don't know really how it should be approached, you get that zombie look, or the pupils are off center. It's easy to see when eyes are off center, and it just doesn't look right. They look like they're zombies, or they're just staring blank. It takes practice to figure out how that's done proper. But one little trick that Paul taught me, and he demonstrated it with a model, and it really makes the model stand out even more, is he always paints the eyes looking to the left or the right. Or who knows, you can maybe have him looking up if you wanted. But the pupils are looking to the left or the right. So they're never staring straight ahead. They're always staring at an angle. Regardless of the face, the eyes are always looking to the left or the right. And I'm telling you, they look alive when you do that. And I guess it's easier to paint eyes when you do that. It makes sense, you know. There's less of the white showing, for instance, which really gives you the effect of that stare and the zombie look. But yeah, that's a little trick you could play around with. Just have them looking different ways. Maybe you know that. You guys are more experts than me. But it was news to me. And I don't know. What a difference. I think it might be easier to line them up too when you do that. Paint the eyes first, then paint the rest of the face when eyes are right. There you go. Order of precedence right there. I kind of 50 gamer, 50 scale model build. I fall into the middle ground most of the time. Yeah, that's true. You do. I have to correct the eyes in almost every video. They either don't match each other or they're looking the wrong way. That's big small. Clyde says, the Columbo. The Columbo regiments versus the Marty Feldman contingent. There you go. There you go. Crooked Eyes himself. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's real people. Yeah, you want to paint eyes. There you go. There you go. There's always that. Just remember old Marty Feldman. Columbo and Feldman, genius. That is. There you go, there you go. Well, Clyde's another fantastic painter. He paints mostly the big uns. I think he was doing the Hulk there for a while. Do you paint the eyes? I think you said in the chat. I don't remember. Really good painter. You're also a gamer though, Clyde. So I'm curious where you set with eyes. Of course, I don't think you're in a rush either though, because you're painting some big models. It's hard to hide mistakes on big models. There's a lot to paint. And I don't think you'd be in a rush, so I think you probably would do the eyes. The heck was that? Look into the second here. Let me finish this base. Me and my crazy Napoleonics. There, it's another base done. Do 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 do. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Okay, so it's a split. Skirmish is always skirmish. I always do eyes. Yeah, well, there you go. I'm thinking because those figures, a lot of the figures you do are for games that use big figures. They're not 28s. Or if they are, some of the models are just so freaking big anyway. Like Hulk, he looked pretty big. Or if you were painting a dragon or something, even in whatever scale, it's going to be huge. That I can see painting eyes. I have a couple dragons. No, I got one dragon and one hippogriff. Is it a hippogriff or is it a griffin? Might be a griffin. My niece painted the dragon. It's a classic Warhammer Wood Elf dragon, if you remember that beast. Huge. I pinned it and everything else, but I never painted it, and I gave it to my niece to paint because she loves to paint and draw. And I showed her the army book and everything for reference, but I don't know how much she followed it. She kind of went crazy with the colors. She did a good job. Really. I don't remember how old she was. Teenager. Yeah. I really don't remember how old she was. She's young. Got it sitting on my shelf in the other room. Show it off to you, Clyde, one of these days. I've showed it before. A good friend of mine used to be in the Tabletop Warlords Wargame Club that I started back in 2000. Late 90s. It was a club we had here locally that I started. And the one guy was a commissioned painter. He was a member of the club. And he sometimes comes into the chats. I haven't seen him in a while. Well, Roger, if you're out there, man, chime in. But he did a commission for me back then for some American Civil War Dixons, 28 mil. He painted up the Confederate units for me. And yeah, great painter, great job. I ended up selling them, but I saved one. As I do, I try to keep at least one figure as for remembrance sake. At least. And I have it sitting on my shelf. And yes, he painted the eyes of every figure. 28 mil. Yeah. Some people do that. He did a good job with the eyes. Let's fix our thing here. Let me see. Oh, it's a little better. Da 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 da. Can I get that a little tighter? Let me see. I don't want it to go off the screen. I'll leave it at that. Helps me keep track without leaving the OBS. Huh. I did 6 bases. What time is it? It's 2:26. On a Friday, I believe it's Friday. Is it Friday? Yes, March 14th. It's Friday the 14th. It's Friday the 14th, Dread. Friday the 14th. Try a little of this intense wood instead. I should change the colors. But I'm very curious if this is actually darker. Oh, it's plugged. Alright, forget that idea. I'm going to have to clear that because I want to use some of it. Movie night. Just have to pick the movie. Oh, yeah? What are you watching it on? Hulu, Prime? As in Amazon Prime? What's the other one? Netflix? You've got lots of work on Kurt commissions. What does that mean? Kurt commissions? You mean my stuff? I think that's what you might mean. Oh. Yeah, I do. Definitely do. And that excites me. I've forgotten what it's like to paint stuff that I want to paint for my collections. Don't get me started. I've said it many times. I'm not going to go into it again. My thoughts on painting commissions and having a hobby at the same time. Kurt commissions. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. I got a lot of projects. You know, when I look at my stuff that's mine, that I can pick from to work on, I've got a lot of stuff I'm doing. I've got a secret project in 15 mil that I haven't said anything about, and I work on here and there, and I won't say anything about. I've got my 40K sci-fi stuff, most of which is 40K. Some non-40K stuff that I like to use for non-40K games. I've got my fantasy stuff, which is for No particular game specifically. Although, you guys know I'm quite fond of Midgard and old editions of Warhammer, if I ever get enough miniatures painted to do those. Not just skirmish game with them. Oathmark. So I got that. And then I've got my 28mm World War II project, which is something new to me, although I've painted stuff for that scale many times for World War II, because I sell stuff. And this time I want to keep them and actually play some 28mm platoon type games like Chain of Command and the Warlord Games one. I can't think of the name. You know what it is. Bolt Action. I want to actually play that. Then there's my Flames of War, which is near and dear to me. 15mm World War II. I've got a good start with, actually, with tanks. You know? That's a project. So what is that, 4? There's my Old West Skirmishing project. There's my 15mm and 28mm Ancients that I do using rules like Triumph and L'Art de la Guerre, which I've got a good start on. In fact, that's probably the only game right now that I have miniatures for, painted and good to go, ready to be played with. And I have played some games. Last fall I was playing some Triumph. And I think that's about it, really. I haven't taken on any other new projects, but that'll change. That'll change. I'm not easily tempted, but still there are games that I'd really love to try out and play. Like some naval gaming. I gotta do some naval gaming. I just don't know exactly where I'm going to start with that. So the Kurt commissions are quite a few. And it's going to feel good getting back to them. I sometimes daydream, what would it be like if I didn't have any commissions? And I get all excited. It's like, oh, this would be great. It's like I've forgotten what it's like. The excitement, like a little child in a candy shop. All my own little toys at last. But again, don't get me wrong. I love what I do. It does give me a chance to paint things that I don't always or wouldn't normally paint for my own stuff. The problem is I don't paint my own stuff anymore. I don't have time. I just can't do it. But that's about to change. You guys know what I mean. You're gamers too. You know what it's like. I want to work on my new mounted men-at-arms. But got to sort out the tea first. Got to sort out tea first. Tea? Okay. Breaking out the tea, are you? Yorkshire tea? That was too colloquial. Around here, tea means the evening meal. A.K.A. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. There you go. Tea time. Well, that would be tea time proper, wouldn't it? Well, whatever. To Paul, it means dinner. It's about that time over there. Ram some ancient ships together for Carthage's sake. Yeah, some ancient stuff. I love all naval wargaming. With a particular fondness, you know, even now that I think about it, with a particular fondness for ancients, with galleys and stuff. And I can't, what do I call this era? Early 1700s, late 1600s. The age of piracy. Not that I'm interested in pirates, but that era. You know? That's another huge interest of mine. Not so much Napoleonics with the big, giant wooden ships. Although I could play that too, you know, I'm into it. I got a board game, Flying Colors, that is all about that. I enjoy it. And World War One and World War Two. That pretty much is the whole history of naval warfare. So I don't know if there's really a... I'm too limited with that. Some of the first war games I ever played were naval games, oddly enough. Yeah. I think before I played with miniatures, I was playing with ships on my floor. Golden age of piracy. What would you call that era? Not Marbury. Maybe it's Marbury. Marbury period is what? It's the Spanish succession, essentially, at its center, which is, you know, early 1700s on. But I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the Williamite Wars, late 1600s, 1680s, 1690s, very early 1700s, the Great Northern War. So it's a combination of region and era. So what do you call that? Musket and pike? As opposed to pike and shot? It's like when bayonets were just coming into fashion. Got a lot of wars up in Ireland and Scotland. It's now that whole region going on, which I really am interested in. The Williamite stuff. But what do you call that? I mean, there's naval actions, there's big battles, there's skirmishes all over the place. All kinds of conflicts. Pre-Marbury? I don't know. It's not an exceedingly popular era. I'm unfamiliar with 30 Years' War naval scene. So many wars in that time period. Yeah, you got the 30 Years' War, 1630s and 40s. Then you got the English Civil War, plural, which goes up through the 1650s. But after that, like from specifically the we'll cut it off at 1680. 1680s up to 1710. Or, all right, 1721, we'll say. Great Northern War. That whole era. Oh, I don't know. Every time I go to talk about it, I don't know what to call it. But that's a really interesting period for me. Probably the most interesting. Used to be Napoleonics, but I've become saturated with it. This is my newest fascination. I've always been fascinated in it. It's just I've avoided delving deep into this era and region for whatever reason. And I recently got excited and committed to doing it in 28 mil with cloth flags for my units. And I want to do the naval side of it too, because there's all kinds of stuff going on that I'm interested in. Again, Williamite Wars, the Great Northern War to some extent, and the war previous to that, Scanian conflict. And there's a lot of naval engagements too that are associated with this, all in the Baltic region and Scandinavia and Scotland, Ireland. So that's that whole region and that era. That's my big interest. So it's all those wars and conflicts. It's not just one. So I'm trying to think of what to call this. Last Argument of Kings era. Yeah, that's one term. King William's War was what the colonials call the War of the Grand Alliance. Yeah. That was before the War of the Spanish Succession. The colonials called that Queen Anne's War. Yeah, they did. Which preceded the 7 Years' War. Or not the 7 Years' War. Well, it did, but the French and Indian War. That's what I meant to say. We're all historians here, right? But I've always loved that sort of thing, even in America, the early conflicts before the French and Indian War. Like the Jamestown settlement era. I'm really fascinated with that stuff. Witchfinder General era. Queen Anne's War, and before that, there was another one. That fascinates me. Now you know all about it, Clyde. I think I was discussing with you that, what is that game called that you went out and bought? I think it was you. Where you're hunting witches and ghosts and werewolves. They're in the late 1600s. What's the name of that game? I can't think of it. Give me a second. That's it. Devilry Afoot. I love that whole era. I've been painting models for it, which coincide with my fantasy models too. Two birds at one stone. Gonna have to make some videos soon. Had to grab a Werther's. Old man candy. Jesse got me hooked on these things. Now I always keep a bag in the cupboard. Caramel hard candies. They're good. Rock-Fying Blunderbuss. Yes, Werther's originals. Worthless originals. Oh, I just chomped it all up. I got hooked on those in my role-playing game sessions because we have a little tradition where everybody has to bring snacks. And if you bring a snack, you get a hero point, which you can use for re-rolls. If you bring the exact same snack as someone else in the group, and I know my players could cheat, you get a bonus hero point, so you might get 2. But it gets better. If you bring the same exact snack that I have, being the GM and the host, you also get a bonus hero point. So you have potential of having 3 hero points for the game session. So that became a tradition with our group. I always got to bring snacks. And Jesse was always bringing Werther's. Old man candy. So I decided, well, all right, they're not too expensive and last a while. I got to grab some of those. That's convenience. Convenience. And here I am, years later, still chomping on Werther's. Skittles are another popular gaming treat. Flavored sugar, which I'm not a fan of, but do have a tradition to uphold regardless of our health. Does it work the other way around too? If a player brings a hero point, do they get a snack? No, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Being the GM, it doesn't give me anything. Although I've always tossed around the idea of giving the GM a villain point. Which allows me to re-roll for monsters and stuff, but technically that's not in the rules. Hero points are. At least for that particular game, so I never did that. But I don't get anything. By the way, is there anyone willing that's in the chat right now? Is there anybody willing to play in a one-shot RPG, specifically Pathfinder 2? It's put on by Rachel. She's very most awesome. But she's going to be running games every 2 weeks on Wednesdays around 6 Eastern time. That's kind of a tight one for you, Paul. Clyde, goes out to you as well. I generally keep those opportunities to game with us to my community members and what I call Friends of the Forge, of which you are one, Clyde. By the way, I tried messaging you on Discord, private DM, and I can't. It won't let me. I guess we have to be friends. So I sent you a friend request. So look at your Discord. Look at your notifications. You should see one from me begging you to be my friend on Discord. That way I could send you messages. If that's okay with you. Maybe Clyde don't want to be bothered by Fritz the spammer. Nah, I don't spam. But yeah, I sent you a message. I asked you if you wanted to play some Pathfinder with us. But I'm opening it up to everybody if you want to play in it. We're looking for some extra players. No experience necessary. I'm no longer running Pathfinder 2 games, so Rachel's picking it up and she's going to run it. And she's fun. She's good at it. She runs Pathfinder games all the time. But yeah, we could use some new faces in there. I think Nerdy Ogre, he's in there too. He couldn't make Wednesday though, so I'm hoping he will this coming Wednesday. Kyle, myself, any other Forge, Friends of the Forge members might be in there. And Jesse, my nephew, he's in there. That's about it, really. So we could use some more people to roll some digital dice. I'll get you all set up if you're interested. It's not a problem. Get you all set up with rules and characters, pre-gens, how to use Foundry. Be a blast. I'm telling you, it would be a blast. I'm playing my favorite Pathfinder iconic, Mauricio. The iconic rogue. She's awesome. Does it work the other way? Too late for the midweek, as I suspect you suspected. Yes, I'm pretty certain of that as well. D&D is like kryptonite. Dread, if you want to play, man, I'll bring you in. Roll some digital dice. Kryptonite to me. I shrivel up and implode. Discord seems broken. Let me go over to Discord and see. I did send you a message. Well, there you are. No, that's nerd. Wait a minute. Where? Friends. Oh, I gotta get my coffee. Hold on, it's burning up. Alright, I see you, Clyde. What is this now? Received. Accept. Alright, we're friends now. Whee! Let me send you a message, make sure it works. I'll give you a wave. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, it works. Good. I sent you a couple messages before about joining the game.
You can't do that. You're not friends. How dare you? You're not allowed. It'll be the lash for you.
All right, that's taken care of. Let me get back over to the chat now and read. All right, taken care of. Gonna go make dinner. Okay, Paul. I'll come back later to see if you guys are still around. I'll be here for a bit. Got 5 more bases to do.
The lash again?
There we go. So yeah, you guys, if you want to play, let me know. I'll bring you in. A good old time. Of course, it is at 6 p.m. on Wednesdays. Every other Wednesday. One-shots. She's literally got enough one-shot adventures to last years. So, it'll always be something new, I guess. All right, Dread. I'll talk to you soon, man. Come back into the chat. I miss Dread. I miss the old community we used to have back in the day. I miss you guys, the original old hats of the community, of which Dread is one. I am another. Seems everybody's drifting away, or in some cases passing away. And I hate to see it. But yeah, come on back soon, man. Clyde, what did you do? What did you do, Clyde?
Welcome to Live Access Level 3.
We have live access anyway. I haven't done a members only live in a while. I have to start doing those again when I got enough people in there to watch. That's the thing. It's like Clyde, he's the only one with live access, so it'd literally be just you, Clyde. Me and you chatting away. Well, thanks for that, Clyde. For sure. Keeping hope alive. I gotta give out more gifts and stuff to you guys. I'll tell you what, I am planning on doing some 3D printing, as you guys know. And I plan to give out some freebies every so often, so you guys can get some free 3D prints from me of whatever models that you'd be interested in, or terrain. So yeah, Clyde, I just got to figure out how I'm going to set this up to community members. Put it as a new tier or something, like level 2 or level 3. Because I am going to do a lot of printing. Top-notch quality stuff, too. No messing about. That's going to happen fairly soon, because spring is here. I haven't even started using the resin printer. But I've been using the filament printer. It's great for terrain. Because a lot of this stuff I'm going to be selling. So I'm just going to give away stuff too. Because I can. Right, Clyde? Did you like that? That'd be cool. What kind of things would you be interested in? Could be doing a lot of terrain. pre-painted as well by moi. Painted and flocked and based if necessary, all by me. You guys can get it free in my community once I put it up there. Yeah, free stuff. There's another one. Ka-chink. So I am going to do that. Gotta think of some other things too. My coffee is really hot. It was boiling away. Up the thingy-majiggy. Yes, you did. I appreciate that, Clyde. I really do. I know you don't have to do that. I mean, you're not getting much in return at the moment, but I do appreciate it. That's a big deal to me. I'm confused why Discord is blocking friend requests when it is clearly not set to such. I don't know. It seemed funny to me that when I messaged you, I couldn't. To begin with. I guess maybe you have to be friends? Okay. So I sent that, but I don't know. Did you even get a request from me? Because I got one from you, and I accepted it. But I sent you a request before even that. Fevered, medicated dream. What are you guys doing? Got the door open today. It's nice and warm. 63 degrees, and I got the heater on. Didn't see any request. Yeah, that was odd. See, I should be able to message you because we share the same server. So even if we're not friends on Discord, we should be able to DM each other because we're on the same server. I think that's how it works. So that struck me as odd, but it told me there's a bunch of reasons why it might not be. It certainly wasn't that reason. So it must have been something else. I figured, he must be set to like private mode or something. You know, nobody could DM him unless he sends one to you. Maybe it's something like that. Privacy settings. So, you know. I guess maybe that might be it. Server members should be able to DM. Yeah. Alright, well, it doesn't matter now. We're all good. It's probably something in your settings. Somewhere. Privacy. My server, by the way, is public. People can find my server. It's not a private server. It is public. People can search around and come across it. So there's nothing private about the channel that would prevent some kind of messaging. I don't know. Where do you play, by the way, Clyde? Do you play in a club or do you play at the house with family or friends? Garage, basement? Because I know you get these games. You must be playing them. Do you solo? How do you swing that? Do you have a setup? A place to play? Game table? Do you need some new terrain pieces? From moi? see what this looks like. This is intense wood. It's going to be a little different, I suspect. Oh, not really at all. I don't know, we'll have to see when it's dry. Give me a moment here. What are you cats doing? Mostly at home, used to go to a place called Green's Tavern, which was a pub/gaming club, but that closed. Huh. That's nifty. A pub. Yeah, I do all my stuff here at the house as well. Most of the time solo, because I do enjoy solo gaming. I'm one of those. Otherwise I'm playing with Jesse and Jacob. I do love my solo gaming. I don't know, not everybody can do it, I guess, but I don't know. I have no trouble wearing multiple hats. Okay, that's another base. Let me compare these. They look exact alike. Did I even use a different paint? I'm not sure. Oh well, whatever. There's no difference between these bases at all. Well, we'll try it again. My first club was also in my house. I had about a half a dozen regulars come to my house and play in my massive game rooms. We did that in the 90s. And then I started a club, a proper formal club with about 24 members that met at a local store. That lasted a few years. And then everything went to hell. I won't go into details. And I ended up getting out of the hobby for a decade. The rest is history. It's a good time, though. Spent more time organizing club activities than actually enjoying the games. Thanks, Clyde. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, it's coming along. Let me do this again. Let's find intense wood and really shake it up. There was one game that a fellow member put on. I mean, he brought everything. He brought box loads of terrain in 28 mil. Buildings, trees, roads, a waterway. He brought a ton of stuff, him and his young son. I have pictures of the game somewhere from my camera days. And on this huge table setup, it's probably about, I don't know, 8 feet by 5 or something, 9 feet maybe. It was pretty big. And it was a multiplayer game. It was the main game of that night. So pretty much anyone that attended was playing this game. And I was in command of some Spanish regulars. We were in control of this harbored town. And the British were attacking via ship, landing their Marines and stuff into the town. And I remember moving my regiment down the alleyways, forming line, and letting off musket volleys. I can't remember who won. I don't remember. Long time ago. But man, did he have a setup. And he brought all that stuff in. He wasn't local either. He had to travel for like an hour or so. I don't remember where he was from. Really nice guy. I got pictures of that game somewhere. I don't think I digitalized them. Little known fact, I was a photographer back in the days. 35 mil. SLR. Not this digital stuff either. I actually knew how to process film. Black room and all that. Back in the days when you had negatives and stuff. Yeah, that was my thing. That's a little known fact. I don't think I've ever shared that before. Let's go back to Intense Chestnut. Still got my camera somewhere. Everything's all digital these days. That's behind his boot. Okay, it's another base done. Ah, these are the last two. Boy, what happened to all the viewers? There is something to take into account. As the weather gets better, fewer people show up in the chats. I've noticed that over the years. Totally understandable. So it's not just the time of day. Happens to me all the time. I spend a lot of time outside. Grounding myself. Pretty soon I gotta be out there working. I got a lot of work to do. The house, the garden. Got a lot of winter damage to take care of. It's terrible. Yeah. I hope to also do my live plays of war games. And I think I'm going to draw from my community members for playing in those games too. If you don't know what that is, Clyde, you're missing out. We were like the early pioneers of playing miniatures games in live streams. And I've done countless games. They're all on my channel. And I'm going to be doing them again. So that's literally where I use multiple cameras on my beautiful tabletop. And you guys usually get multiple camera angles when you're in the chat. Just click on a different camera and you can see the battlefield from a different view. And just in Discord, you know, nothing special. And you get to roll some dice, play some battles with us. We've had some pretty big, massive multiplayer games too that take days to play, which was a good thing actually. We fought, my last one was a huge Napoleonic battle using Blucher. And we had 6 people in that game. Yeah, folks loved it. But boy, did that wear me out. It took a week to finish the battle. I mean, they had pre-battle meetings before the battle took place. Council of War type of thing, where they made their plans, assigned corps to the various players, and that kind of thing. Fairly big battle, lasted about a week. But everybody loved it, so it drained me, and I didn't do another live stream since, or another live play since. I told everybody I'm going to take a long break. Yeah, they're going to be returning. Assuming I get my armies painted. Or whatever I'm doing. Got to paint me some more stuff. Clean the house siding. Clean the house siding. Yeah, lots of work. I think it's also repaint year too. Yeah. I got to paint the house. It's wood. And yeah, I gotta do gutter work. Eventually I gotta paint at least the front and the side of the house. That's not gonna be too bad though. I enjoyed that. But most immediate, I gotta work on the roof. There's some spots I gotta fix, patch up, and then there's a roof I gotta put on the porch. There's no roof on my porch. It's not a huge porch. It's just like 8 foot by 5. It's not huge. But it's got no roof. So when it rains, no gutter, it comes down, hits the porch, and goes into the house. And I've had to deal with this ever since I moved here. And I just replaced the flooring in the front door area. So I got to make sure it stays dry. But yeah, I've had to contend with that for a year. So that's number 1. Just buy some treated plywood, some shingles, couple packs. Might skimp on the tar paper. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't do that. And the goop. Got to get some tar, some goop seal or something. So that's number 1. Last year I put in a whole wall and door right coming out of my kitchen to the back of the house where the roof, get this, Clyde, I don't think you know this, but the back of the house was an addition, and my father put it on right next to a chimney, natural stone, natural rock chimney. And as hard as he tried to seal that, to keep water from going into the outside of the chimney and seeping into the roof, yeah, he couldn't seal it properly. So what happened was that whole area of the house now has a leak, which totally, over time, destroyed the back of that addition. I mean, there is a huge portion of the back of that room that is destroyed. because the floor rotted and the ceiling rotted. So I closed it off. I extended the wall and put in a door. The rest of the addition is okay. It's just that back section, which is what? Maybe, I don't know how big that is. 8 foot, 10 foot by about maybe 6 foot has to be replaced. So I have to go back there. I'm going to put in a wall, and everything on the other side of the wall I'm taking out. It's going to be the roof, the ceiling, the rafters, taking it all out. And that's the part that's built around this frickin' chimney. I want to avoid the chimney. And somehow I have to plug that chimney so it's not going to leak, because there is water coming into where my game room is and rotted out the floor. You can see where it's been seeping along the rafters and coming into this part of the house. I had to rip out the old rotted floor. It's not big, maybe a three foot section by maybe 2 foot. I ripped all the rotted wood out. I've got it temporarily covered because I'm not going to put proper wood in yet until the ceiling is fixed. So I've been dealing with that leak in the house too. Every time it rains, you might hear in my live streams, tink, 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 tink. It's bad. But that has to be fixed ASAP, which I'm going to do this spring. And I could go on and on. Plumbing, heating. Repaint a bathroom. Yeah, I've got to do some work on the bathroom too. I got a bathroom next door, and I got a bathroom in here with a shower. And I have no water running in that bathroom in where I'm staying, because the plumbing is all screwed up. It's all copper pipes, and I got to rip it all out and replace it with PEX. But guess what, Clyde? My water pump is dead. So I got to fix the water pump too. See, it just gets worse progressively as I go on with this conversation. It's terrible. Inbuilt home waterfall. Inbuilt home waterfall. You check the grammar there. I'm not sure what you're saying, Clyde. Clyde. You know I'm touchy with the subject of grammar. I see you there, Matt. Home ownership is fantastic. Yes, it is. I've always owned this property. Actually, well, I'm not going to go into the details, but yeah, this is my home, period. I didn't have to buy it or anything, but it's just me, so it's just like a homeowner, right? Me too, Curtis. I have a ton of work to do. I love it. I enjoy it, Matt, and I think you do too. I don't mind it. And it's the hole in the ceiling, home waterfall. Ah, there you go. You threw me off. You threw me off, Clyde. It is. It's like a freaking waterfall. There must be a dozen drops coming down, and I got to hurry up and put buckets under there. It rots the floor there. You know, it's a disaster. I might as well be living back in the 18th century in a cabin somewhere, and it would be better than where I am right now. I'm pulling water out of a spring, literally. But I love it. It's great. It is fun to create something new. Yeah. Got one more base to do here. You remember playing in the live plays, Matt? I was just telling Clyde about it. I'm gonna start doing that again. Probably for my community members. You know, give the members something to, you know, jump in on. But I'm gonna be doing that again for sure. Clyde's a community member. Shh. But yeah, Matt was in some of those. At least one, I think, maybe two. And they were good fun. I still got the video of that game we played in. It was me, Vince, and you. And yeah, I've got that video on my other channel. I think it's set to private, but I should port it over here and put it up. I'm getting the kitchen soon. I'm heavily medicated. Don't mind my words. They don't make much sense to me either. Are you medicated? What's going on, Clyde? What are you doing? I just saw a guy, my old cousin's house is being refurbished, redone. I just saw a truck go down the road, pickup truck with a huge haul on the back, and he must have had $10,000 worth of a kitchen appliances and parts and bits and tables all stacked on the back of this. It was huge. You could see this brand new refrigerator. I mean, holy smokes. It used to be my cousin's house, but they sold it to whoever's moving in there. The guy must be loaded with money. There's guys down there every day working on that house. I'm doing the same with Dystopian Wars. That's right. Matt's doing some live plays over on his channel with board games. I don't know if you've attempted to do it yet. Have you? I don't know. Try not to do too much, Matt. Try not to do too many things. Heed my advice. You know this. And I say this because someone told me, and they know who they are, that you might have been tempted to get into yet another miniatures game. I won't say which one. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Me knowing Matt, as I know him, being so enthusiastic, he's down for any kind of game, really. He'll try anything. Over time, he will. And he usually gets himself over his head. And you know what I'm saying. And this friend of mine told me this, and I'm like, we really shouldn't be tempting him, because more than likely, it's not hard to do. I mean, look how quick he went from an injury, I can never play miniatures again, I'm done painting, to just a few months later, you're buying thousands of miniatures and you're painting away. Wait a minute. And now I hear that there's this game, and then there's this game, and then there's this game that you're thinking about doing and collecting for or being tempted by. Keep your focus, Matt. Don't let yourself fall into that trap. And you know this. I know you're enthusiastic and you love this hobby. You do now. But more the reason to be a little bit focused and a little bit disciplined. I don't want to see you go through that burnout again. And I'm telling you this as a good friend and fellow wargamer who knows how this hobby works, who's been doing this for over 40 years. Take my advice. Keep your focus. Don't bite off more than you can chew. And you're a lot like me, except you don't really do the role-playing. I do the role-playing, the board games, and the miniatures. I do it all. But, I don't want to see you burn out, man.
You and your shorts on YouTube. Every time I go to my YouTube feed, I see Matt's big head staring at me. And yet another short. What was the one I just watched? I think your newest one, I guess. I guess you just started doing them. Why you do your games. Stress reliever. And I was thinking to myself, well, you keep going down this road, Matt. Your hobby is going to be stressful. It won't work out that way. He knows what I'm talking about. Let me get back to the chat. Hi, doing, Francois? Haven't seen you in a while, Francois. Remodeling, that's the word I've been looking for all day. Remodeling. Let me go back here. What game did you say you wanted to do again? I don't know if that's for me or Matt. Was that for me, Clyde? Pathfinder. Rachel's going to be running some games. You're welcome to join us. If that's what you mean. Oh yeah, I have all the new appliances not being used yet, sitting in the garage. The garage. I'd be working on the kitchen already, but the transmission in the car went kaputski, and I have to wait. Yes, dystopian wars. Remodeling your kitchen too, Matt? I'm remodeling the whole house. So much chewing. I only stopping at 2 miniatures games. Okay. Don't be tempted by these other things, the Great Rail Wars or whatever the heck that game was. Keep your focus. You know this. As a community member, we got to watch out for each other. Got to keep in touch. I learned early on that Matt was very, very, very much, he's a guy that's going to do stuff. He's a leader, and I nurtured that. I like building leaders, right, in the community. I love that. He's the guy that will go out there and he'll make a web page. He'll make a Discord server, which he has. He'll go out of the way and make a YouTube channel dedicated to his hobby, maybe even 2 of them. He'll do all the stuff because he's a doer. He's one of those individuals. Much like me. So I know. And he knows I know. And these guys are done. I learned my lesson a few years ago. Well, there you go. I would hope that you did. Because just watching it from the outside, I learned a lesson. So I hope you did. Really trying to paint more than comes in, but Kickstarter's gonna kick my butt. Yeah, Kickstarter it can be a problem. I'm pretty disciplined with Kickstarter. I've only ever been in 2 Kickstarters in my life so far, so I've got discipline. But I watch a lot, and I think a lot about different Kickstarters. So, yeah, it takes discipline.
I'm heeding all your advice, wise one.
Yes, we're very Yoda-like in the chat today, Matt. Very Yoda-like. It's a lot of words of wisdom being passed around today, right, Clyde? Yeah. The least I can offer at this stage of my life is a little bit of wisdom. The least I could do.
I get too old for this, I'm telling you. I can't handle it no more. Where's my cane? You young upstarts.
Right, Clyde? Right, Clyde? Give me a second. I'll be right back.
My painting's done for the day, so we're going to lollygag for a little bit. Let's show off the ranks. So yeah, there's all 15 line infantry battalions. They have been washed. The bases, that is. Hand-drawn flags. No computer involved. Right, Clyde? And yeah, they're all done. So they're going to go with the rest of the project. And the only thing left to do is to flock them. Which, to be honest, takes more than a day to do. I know I said originally it only takes one session to do that. No, that's not true. It generally takes me 3 days. But I usually do a whole project at once. But it takes 3 days. Because there's a process I use to the flocking that is maybe a little unique. Maybe not too unique, but it's unique. I don't just sprinkle flock on these bases and whatever that flock is. Mine is a mix of static grass and proper flock and small stones, i.e. kitty litter, or literally small pieces of gravel, a little bit of play sand, and some dried up herbs. Yes, I said herb, not herb. This is America. America! We say herb. But that's not the end of it. There's 2 more stages to my basing, which you'll find out what that is when we get to it. It involves paint. Well, let's leave this here. I'm not going to risk dumping it. Francois! Keep it just big enough and just do things. Oh, gotta go, buddy. Dinner. All right, Matt, you take care, my friend. Enjoy your dinner and your family. Good stuff. CRT Matt, the ultimate in board gaming madness. I've been doing all my prep for doing tile work. Kitchens are a massive project. What did you say there? I've been doing all my prep for doing tile work. Tile work. Sharp. Okay. Oh, he's gone. 3 days? Man, flock that. Now I paint the grass blades on my static grass. And I guess you could also include, I put a black perimeter around the base edge. I guess that's included too. But the main process, I use greens and some yellows to highlight the grass blades. There's a reason why I do that. But trust me. Well, I'll tell you right now, it makes it more vibrant. The grass and the bases look way more vibrant and have a 3D look to them when you do that. Plus, I use a static grass that is, it's the color of wheat, like a wheat field. It's not green. I have green static grass, but I don't use it. I use a wheat-colored static grass, which is a nice baseline. And then what I do is I dry brush green, like a goblin green, or any kind of green, really, over top of it. And then once that's all dry, I go over it with some yellow, or some bilious green, which is a yellow and a green mix, to highlight the grass blades even further. And it creates this beautiful carpet that's 3D layered, you know, it just looks great. And then I paint the perimeter of the base edges, usually black, sometimes mahogany or dark brown. In this case, they'll be black. Makes the base stand out even more. Because to me, your basing is the most important, second only to the quality of the miniature itself that you are painting. Because it's like doing a painting, as beautiful as it might be, if you don't frame it, it doesn't look complete. It doesn't look finished. And a frame is designed to complement and bring out the picture, the portrait. So when you look at basing, you've got to look at it like it as well is a frame of sorts. So it has to make the miniatures stand out and pop. So it's really important, your basing. And painting the perimeter as well. It all just adds to it. So, yeah, it's a process for me. And it's a very important one. Right, Francois? Do you agree, Francois? Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Got back. You guys are still here. Huzzah! Well, Fritz, for certain. Gonna actually paint for a while. Then I need to get stuff ready for my boys' Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay FERP tomorrow. Warhammer FERP. There you go, folks. Great RPG. Yeah, we're still here. I just finished painting, but I'm going to linger for a while. I'm also remodeling my kitchen like Matt, but my appliances are not in the garage. They're in boxes in my dining room. Yikes. I got to put in a new floor and plumbing in my kitchen. There's a madness to his method. Yeah, there is. What kind of paint are you painting static grass with? Just a dry brush? Dry brush, just normal acrylic-based paints, like Army Painter or Vallejo. Just the normal paints, nothing special. You'll see me do it in the streams. I do very basic bases, thousands of them, all black edged, all just plain green flock. That way I can hide them easier with scattered flock in my pictures. I agree, the process is important to completing projects, says Francois. I also agree models without bases are not finished models at all. I need to also put in some corner cabinets, says Clyde, to store all my hobby junk. Don't call it junk, Clyde. So that I can use 12-person table again for games. I gotta redo the war game room. Reorganize it, it sounds. I haven't had a war game room in, I want to say 5 years. Yeah. It's like being out of the hobby. Which I never left the hobby. It's just they don't have time for it anymore. So I've been buying games, collecting figures, unpainted. Painted some, but not much. It's frustrating. Very frustrating. Some of it could be junk. I have a tote full of potential scratch build junk. Yeah, I know what you mean. We're notorious for collecting stuff like that.
Well, that might make a nice tower. Give me that oatmeal container. It's mine now. It's going to be my tower, I tell you.
Yes, we get a little bit carried away with our hoarding, some might call. I had a whole back room in the old house that was just full of garbage bags containing styrofoam, cardboard boxes, sticks and twigs, buckets of rocks, and I'm sure the occasional piece of garbage that was meant for something. It's crazy. A whole room. I broke that habit a long time ago. I just got to a point where I have so much. I'm never going to use all of this, and I'm still collecting stuff for it. So it's a losing battle. Just stop, throw it out, let it go, and just have a single bag of goodies. That's all you need. So that's what I try and do. I mean, it's only hoarding if someone sees it. That's right. That's right. Stash it away in the back room where nobody goes. I see it. It drives me crazy. I'm probably the most disciplined war gamer ever. And I learned my lesson a long time ago. It's like, never again. I'm not going to buy miniatures. I ain't going to paint. I'm not going to buy rules. I ain't going to play. I ain't going to collect junk for terrain crafting, except a little bit. So, not easy, and sometimes I flub up here and there, but I could resell it, paint it to sell or something, whatever. But I'm pretty disciplined. Not like most of you guys, from what I hear. Some of you guys are out of control. I mentioned one new game that's out and it sounds pretty cool. Boom, Clyde buys it the next day. Right, Clyde? I gotta stop doing that. What do we got here? Only 3 folks in the chat today. Boy, it is slow today. Wow. I'm surprised you guys are still here. I think it's Paul, Clyde, and Francois. Right there. I'm not even on Twitch today. I'm a mess. I'm sorry. You're forgiven, Clyde. I'm the one rarity. Paul says, I have buckets, boxes, and bags of junk. Rocks, twigs, cardboard, plastic. I needs it, I say. I needs it. It's my precious. He's saying this while he's sitting on the floor clutching a big box of styrofoam. My precious. It's mine. Get away, I say. It's mine. Get away. Ah, the visual. That's why I switched to just GW terrain, says Fritz. Well, I could see doing that for that purpose. No more scratch built nonsense for me. I got some of that storage. I got some GW. I love GW starter boxes. I usually buy them because they're usually a good value for the money. And I'm into 40K. The setting. So I usually buy starter boxes, and they usually come with plastic terrain, and that's a nice add. So I've got quite a bit of 40K terrain that's painted and unpainted waiting for me, and that's okay. It's not a heck of a lot. But then you see a game like Zona Alpha, and you have to scratch build all the weird terrain. Is that the Osprey game? Let me see if I could open up my browser. Damn it. I guess I shouldn't have opened up my browser. I just got summoned.
That's okay. Zona Alpha. I think that's the Osprey game. I got to take a look at it with you guys. Give me a few minutes to finish something here that I got to do for my friends at the university. I like Osprey's games. They make it easy to get into the hobby of miniatures wargaming, be it historical, fantasy, or sci-fi, or role-playing, and board games. They really do, and I gotta tip my hat to them for that. Green eggs and ham. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh, God. Hold on, folks. Bear with me. I got a lot of catching up in the chat to do. Bear with me.
Oh, God. Let me go to the chat here. Let's catch up real quick here. Buckets, buckets. Nope, I only play games that other people actually play. Zone Alpha, and you could scratch build all kinds of weird stuff. I had to go to the attic to get several boxes of swamp scenery for my latest video. Yeah? That's interesting. Lizardmen, perhaps? Based on Stalker and the book Roadside Picnic. Oh. Okay. Ton of X-Wing. X-Wing. It's a dead game, isn't it? I don't think it'll ever be dead. That's always going to have somebody playing it. It's a good game. Star Wars Armada, too. Big ships. A bit more catch up on. X-Wing. Why is that, Francois? Besides price, what turns you off to it? Let me go back over here and finish this, what I'm doing. Okay, I think, oh, I got one more. Do, 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 do. Okay. 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 Good thing I wasn't painting. Let's see. Osprey Games. Osprey Games. Then I'll go back to the chat here. Let me go to Osprey Books. Shoo-dum-dee. Okay, let's bring that up on the screen here. Is this it? That's it. Let's kind of move it so we can see the freaking thing. Just a little bit right there. Looks good to me. Schlunk. Support this. No one plays them. No one plays them. Spend a bunch of money and time painting models for a game no one plays, or maybe one guy plays. Then you got to store the crap. They also don't get the support they should, and instead they just get rebranded New Edition. Yeah, that's true. I'm surprised more people aren't playing. I don't know. In my opinion, all of GW's current game lineup, big, small, and old, except for one game. And that's Borderline. But anyway, all of their games are nothing like they used to be. GW does not make great games like they used to. Their heyday was back in the 90s. Andy Chambers, Jervis Johnson, Rick Priestley, and on and on and on. That's when they made games, they were freaking good. Not everybody's going to agree with me, but I loved them. And that's when I played the most of my GW games. That was the heyday. But I've looked at the newest stuff. Starting with, I think, 8th edition, 40K on up. And, you know, there's a lot of people behind the scenes writing these games. They don't even reveal who these people are. And it's certainly not the Jervis Johnson and all these other folks. They're not writing them. I think Jervis Johnson just left GW, and he was the last one of the original guys that was a designer to be there. And the only game he put his 2 cents into was Warcry, which was actually a pretty good game. But that's it. Their games just aren't like they used to be. They're not fun like they were. They're just full of errors and... I'll leave it at that. But yeah, it's not the same anymore. Doesn't pull me. Even 40K, grimdark as it's supposed to be, isn't really grimdark anymore. It almost feels like an anime cartoon at this stage. It's getting silly, some of the stuff. Some of it. But I don't know, it just doesn't pull me at all. And I think it has a lot to do with the designers and the changing culture since the 90s. They're a mini company now. Rules are just there to sell minis. Well, they've always been that way, but... Yeah, but they still put more effort in their games. They had access to some very talented individuals that I don't think they have anymore. But like you said, Clyde, they don't really care anyway. It's all about the minis. They don't know what they're doing. I take that back. They must know what they're doing as a business because they're reeling in a lot of money. Like, for instance, Necromunda. The current Necromunda game is nothing like the original. They don't make Mordheim anymore, nor Man of War. Those were great games. And still popular in their original format today. Warhammer,
I don't know. It just Warhammer's Warhammer, and we all know they shut it down at one stage for a while there. And 40K is, I don't know. That's an up and down disaster at times. Sometimes it's good. The one exception, and this is borderline nowadays because they come out with a new edition, and that one exception is their game, The Lord of the Rings battle game. When that first come out, it was amazing. I still got my original first release rulebook. And for the most part, it's stayed the same until recently, I guess. They made some pretty, I don't know, big changes. But I think it's probably right now their best game. And they don't mess with it. That was originally designed by Rick Priestley, and Alessio Cavatore, I think, was also involved with that. Both of which are no longer with the company. But they haven't changed it much. That's the thing. And I still think it's a classic game. 40K is always fun at epoch scale. Epic scale? Epoch? I'm their worst nightmare, says Paul, playing old Hammer and using at least 40 or so different manufacturer figures for my campaign. And I'm all for it. That's great. That's as it should be. That's like going back to 3rd edition days and previous. I'm the same way. Took a long time to get that habit broken from my life. But yeah, I'm all about using different figures and stuff, or 3D printing, use 3D prints. They're a mini company now. Rules just there to sell minis. I read that. Look at all the role-playing games they make. Huh. Stargrave is pretty popular. Burrows and Badgers. How do I click to see the full lineup? Pulp. I wonder if that's any good. I'm getting into pulp stuff recently. Apocalypse scale. Is that what that is? Epoch. Oh, okay. Their small scale games can be fun, but the rules are too complex and niche to introduce to non-gamers at a dinner party or something. Apocalypse scale. Enough minis on the table, you take weeks to play. That sounds fun, actually. Nah, you can play 30k per side in a day. Pulp Alley over Pulp. I have Pulp Alley. I was supposed to review it for the channel. I never did. Oh, that's right. The deck of cards got wet. The top layer of the card deck got wet, and it just, oh man, it pissed me off. So they got damaged. It's only $20. billion suns. Oh, there it is. Zona Alpha. All right, let's look at that. Is it sci-fi? No, I think this is salvage and survival in an exclusion zone. This is like an apocalypse thing, isn't it? Explorers salvage and survive inside the exclusion zone in this near-future Eastern European-themed skirmish war game. That's interesting. Is a set of simple, fast-play skirmish rules for scavenging, exploring, and surviving in a near-future, post-apocalyptic Eastern European setting. Players take on the role of bandits, mercenaries, and military units fighting over the blasted exclusion zone. And its abandoned artifacts. Customize your fighters with a variety of weapons and specialisms to create your ideal warband. With extended rules for campaigns, character progression, terrain, and environmental hazards, Zona Alpha contains all the tools required to engaging in blistering firefights within the exclusion zone. Now, I'll probably pick this up because this is a thing in today's wargaming. There is a popularity surging with skirmish, fast play type of games that use miniatures from any manufacturer. That is a big deal in the industry right now. And this is another example. I've recently come on board to this type of gaming. Whereas previous, I was pretty much historical, big battles only. Not much a skirmish gamer and stuff. And I think part of the reason this is attractive is because with 3D printing growing in popularity as well, people literally have access, easy access, to all kinds of models and vehicles and terrain. And a game like this, perfect. And that's why I'm probably going to pick this up, just because of that. Is this a good thing? Is this a healthy thing? For the industry, perhaps. But for us gamers, this is, I don't know, this is problematic. Because like I've said many times, we all become these butterflies, and we're jumping around from one to the next, to the next, to the next. We all lose our focus, and we spend all our money on countless different games, not to mention miniatures. So this lack of focus, I think, is going to drain some of the fun that we experience in our games. Now, this is, not everyone will feel that way. There are those who are butterflies to begin with, and this is the way they enjoy the hobby anyway. But for, I think, the majority of gamers, these kind of things are what we call a distraction. And people lose their ability to focus and be disciplined and, play big battles and collect multiple armies of hundreds of figures. I mean, is it old school to prefer that kind of a game? Or is this, that's my thing. So I think it's like a double-edged sword. For a lot of war gamers, especially if they like, only certain things. Like, for me, I don't have much interest in this type of game. I mean, post-apocalyptic survival in Eastern Europe? Who the hell is thinking of that? It's not like you see a lot of movies or stuff based on that to get you inspired. But it's something that sounds cool. I can't see somebody making this specific game genre their entire hobby. I'm sure there's somebody out there, but it ain't many people. So this is a nice little side game. But unfortunately, we're saturated with these kind of games. And they're everywhere. So I think people need to be a little disciplined and not go crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Gets people to spend money. It's good for the economy. All right. So there's a good side to it. Right? Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Fritz is calling me out again. You are welcome. Let me read.
Tentacle Benito.
Is a fun card game for parties. Tentacle Bento. What is that? Never heard of it. Sci-fi post-apocalypse. Now, like me, I read this for the first time probably ever. And I'm like, I'm definitely getting that. Oh, for sure. Why? Because it's so easy to use all these miniatures that surely I'm going to collect and paint anyway. At least that's what I'm telling myself. What a convenient game. They have an expansion for solo. All right, I'm going to have to look and see. It actually does look pretty good. I like that. Just that's something I think about or dream about. Contraband is the expansion. Contraband? Okay. I stick. See, Paul knows where it's at. There's a reason why he sticks to what he's doing. And I don't think he realizes it. I think he can see himself playing other games if he allowed it. But I think there's a reason, one of the reasons why he sticks with this game isn't just because he has no interest. Or finances, maybe. It's nothing to do with that, so much as the fact that he is having so much fun. And he recognizes that. Why would he jump to something else? He's having so much fun doing what he's doing. The kind of fun you only have when you focus. When you're focused on something. And I think that's one of the reasons. Might be the main reason. Right, Paul? I don't know. You tell me. I could be totally wrong. Could be a lot of reasons. But that's the way I view it. I think a person's going to enjoy the hobby more if he's focused. You got to know what you're interested in. You got to set priorities. Have a little discipline. Just focus on that, you know. Napoleonics, whatever, you know, that's your thing. You love the history. You love the movies. You love the books. You love the first-hand accounts. You love the research side of it. You love the uniforms. You love the battles and the personalities of the marshals of France. You paint the figures. You have a certain set of rules you enjoy the most and probably a whole collection of others that you play now and again. You're having so much fun. You are more immersed than anyone else would be if they were jumping around with these different games all the time. And not only that, your collection of models is probably bigger than anyone else's. I think of my good friend Nick, who's totally focused on medieval wargaming. That's all he does. His collections are huge. He loves it. He's immersed in it like probably no one else I know. But you can bet on one thing. He's having a hell of a lot more fun than I am right now. Isn't that just life in Eastern Europe? Good point, Francois. Good point. Morning from the South Coast. James is on vacay, if I recall. Yep, focus is the way to go, says Paul. Hocus pocus too. All right, give me a second. Too much coffee.
So I just spent the last 5 minutes looking for my glasses, which I thought I heard fall on the floor, but I left the room. So when I come back, started looking around for my glasses and I couldn't find them. So if you're paying attention to the stream, you might see me walking around, searching for something. The glasses were on my face the whole time. So there you go. And I just realized it. So there you go. All right? That's where I'm at today. Armies keep getting destroyed in the campaign, so I have to paint more and more and more. Now, you're doing it the right way. Doing it the right way. It's okay, Velma. We're all getting there. Unbelievable. I think that's how bad my memory's getting. Holy smokes. I literally spent felt like 5 minutes. On my hands and knees even. Looking for my glasses. Till it dawned on me. They're on my head. Let's check out Zona Alpha's free stuff. Quick reference chart, PDF. Roster sheet, PDF. Solo co-op rules. That's what I thought they'd be. Is this showing up on the stream? Yeah, it is. That's the PDF. Everything I have for gaming goes in hard cases. I once got in a car and I once got into the car and started to drive and my eyes went funny, all blurry and odd. I panicked, telling Ruth something was wrong with my eye. Some blood vessel clottage or something. And what happened? You kind of left me hanging. What happened, Big Small? I only have one display cabinet. It's for display models and things I've entered into painting competitions. That's a good way to do it, Francois. Excellent idea. Great panic. Stopped the car, closed and opened both eyes, etc. Definitely losing vision in one eye. Guess what? The lens had fallen out of my one side of my glass. Oh, classic. That got me on that one. That was good. Wow. What a thunk. How did you figure that out? Did your wife tell you? Oh, that's in a strange way quite hilarious. I could see you looking around, trying to figure things out, and your one lens is missing, and it's so obvious if he looked at you. What's the matter with my eye? What's happening? I'm going blind. I can't see. Character limit on posts, like the limit of my level of intelligence. Yeah, I don't know about that. Just took a while. It was one of those days, that's all. That brought a smile to my face. I'm not alone in this world, I guess, after all. I took my glasses off.
My finger went through the hole. Oh, man. That whole time. All right, let's look at Zone Alpha solo. Ay, ay, ay. Todorov. Patrick Todorov. Todorov. Has anyone played this? That's it. It's only like 3 pages. Option 2. The following solo co-op ideas from courtesy of so on. Not content with the already dangerous possibilities, Soren decided to take it up a notch by changing the behavior of the zone hostiles in 3 ways. 1. Take off the leash. Zone hostiles are no longer bound to 12-inch limit from their particular hotspot. Sounds cool. They will attack and pursue you wherever you go. 2. Attack on sight. Zone hostiles will attack player models as soon as they get into line of sight. Add that to the above, and you have much more serious adversaries, even in threat level 1 areas. Oh, this is interesting. Threat levels. And finally, 3. Introduce a little anarchy. During the activation sequence, zone hostiles can interrupt the player's turn. After the first player model has taken its actions, roll a d10. Ah, the trusty d10, Clyde. On a 10, all spawned creatures/enemies will take their turn. After the second player model, if nothing happened earlier, all enemies will act on a 9+. After the third, it drops to 8+, and so on, decreasing until all player models have gone. Once the crew has finished activating, all remaining unactivated hostiles act as normal. This makes for a more involved game that modifies the activation sequence, but the increased threat from actively roaming hostiles leads to more unpredictable, dangerous missions. So these are 2 options for handling solo games. Huh. Option 1 seems a little bit more involved. So there you go. I gotta hand it to them. They got a lot of good games on here. I'll probably be picking up some of these. Just because they're cheap and easy to get into, and usually are skirmishy or whatever. Which makes it easy to get into. Not all of them, but quite a few. Well, it depends on how badly you want to lose. If you want a good flavor, pick up Roadside Picnic. What is that? Oh, a novella. Take option 2 and try to get in and out. What is going on here? So, Clyde, you've played this? So you played this. Oh, that's cool. And you recommend it? Because I am going to be collecting some what I would call hard sci-fi miniatures. As opposed to grimdark sci-fi stuff like Sisters of Battle. For various other games. And I think a lot of those figures, if not all of them, would be usable in this game. So yeah, why not? I got a little extra money, I'll pick that up and use my figures with that. I might actually get really into it. Because if you got the stuff already, or if you're looking for a reason to paint and use some miniatures you've collected, then these books are actually really useful, right? These games. I used some 40k minis to try it. Terrain is weird and encourages scratch building. The catch is the terrain. The terrain is weird. Well, you'd think it would be. It's apocalyptic. Everything's weird. There's one other game I want to take a quick look at. I'm a sucker for naval type games, but not just oceanic type naval action, but also the ones that take place in space. Castles in the Sky looks interesting, but I'm not going to look at it. They have this one called Billion Suns. Don't recognize the people here. $20. Intense starship combats between fleets of powerful cruisers, sleek destroyers, and agile fighters. Now this is something I would be interested in. The Billion Suns is a war game of interstellar combat that puts you in command of fleets of powerful starships, from squadrons of agile but fragile fighters to hulking and powerful capital ships. Choose your vessels from pre-existing classes, then customize them to create your own subclasses, each with their own strengths, weaknesses, and armament. From accurate torpedoes to devastating macro cannon. Using simple dice pool mechanics, you must carefully manage your resources and seize the opportunities that come your way in order to lead your fleets to victory. And assert your dominance over the stars. Now, I assume this is totally generic. There's no setting, which is kind of a turn-off. I don't know why, but to me, it seems like some type of setting should be there, or just... I mean, this idea of making up your own, how many of us actually do that? I mean, and if you do, you probably don't play it much. Because it's half-assed. You don't want to develop a whole complex setting. But if you use it as part of a campaign for something else, like a role-playing game, or something that already exists, like Star Trek, maybe. You know, if you play Starfleet battles with printed models, this might be interesting to use. Or that classic Starship battle game that I can't think of the name of, which I absolutely love. Damn it, what's the name of it? Battlefleet Gothic. It's not a GW game. This might be a nice little pickup game for that, because I am going to do some Starship Battle stuff. I have a lot of models already. Quit your squawking. Interesting. Billion Suns is okay. Huh. What's the name of that game that I'm thinking of? It was popular back in the late 90s, early 2000s. You can still get it online. Including the ships. It's from the UK. It's by the same publisher as Stargrunt. They're very crunchy.
There's that guy again. Patrick Todorov. That Zone Alpha? Xeno Alpha, whatever it is. A solo co-op skirmish wargame for investigating and battling the supernatural mysteries of the modern world. Hey, this sounds interesting. When Nightmares Come is a tabletop miniatures wargame about modern-day monster hunting and occult investigations to boot, Kyle. Not Kyle, Clyde. Sorry, Kyle's not even here. Players will form a team of paranormal vigilantes, self-taught occult specialists, and monster hunters who call themselves the Night Watch. These self-appointed members of the Watch look to tackle the supernatural horrors and investigate the strange disturbances that plague their city. Sounds fun to me. The core of the game, using the action dice pool with its multiple die types, is fast, bloody, with tiered enemies, flexible player classes, quick combat resolution, and straightforward mission objectives. All right? That's the core of the game. Action dice pool. When Nightmares Come also contains a role-playing element that allows for non-combat challenges and dramatic encounters. This system uses the same dice types as the core game's action dice pool and emphasizes quick resolutions. This narrative system adds a fresh dimension to the core miniatures experience, particularly in longer campaigns, where the promise of different foes and new storylines encourages long-term playability. Interesting. Sounds interesting. It's an interesting genre, but the way the mechanics are described is interesting. Action dice pool. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, that might be kind of fun. Little distraction type of game. $25. Wow. Why is it more expensive? 80 pages? As opposed to what? 75? 64? Pulp has 64 pages. So it has more pages in it. Huh, that's interesting. They don't usually do that. Skirmish Adventure Gaming. Pulp. This also looks interesting. You know, you could go here all day, and all these games, most of them would be interesting. Scenario-driven skirmish war game set during the interwar years of the 20th century, early 20th century. Players build teams of bold adventurers, daring archaeologists, hard-boiled detectives, and costumed avengers, or criminal masterminds and evil geniuses. Dive into a world of fortune, glory, and menace. Pulp contains all that you need for globe-trotting escapades in the rip-roaring era. Pulp. Taking it to the streets. Alright, so there you go. Wish I could see some of the artwork. Besides the cover. Any more to look at? Zone Alpha. Men of Bronze. There's a lot of good games here. And folks, if you don't know about this, Osprey.com. O-S-P-R-E-Y. OspreyPublishing.com. OspreyPublishing.com. You should look it up. In fact, let me put it in the chat just in case, because you never know.
You can check out all the different things from Osprey. Board games, role-playing games, miniatures games. Mostly skirmish, but not always. Good way to get started in the hobby of miniatures wargaming. Excellent stuff. Vampire the Masquerade character called Harry Clotter. I assume you already have On Guard. He does. He's a fan of it, I guess. We might be playing some Vampire the Masquerade V20 in the future. I found out the other night that Rachel actually has played it, and she's a fan. So we might see that on the channel. I'd love to play Vampire the Masquerade. I just don't like the current 5th edition. It's terrible, in my opinion, for different reasons I won't get into. But turns out V20 is really popular. That's the anniversary edition, known as V20. 20th anniversary. So yeah, Vampire the Masquerade. If you like to role play. Pulp rules, they're okay. The blue books are a great start. Yes, they are. What's that one? Kobolds and Cobblestones. Is that any good? Or fantasy skirmishing in a city, I think. Something like that. Pikeman's Lament. Yeah. I am not a fan of Daniel Mercy's rules. Rogue Stars. Now, we were talking about this game before. Men Who Would Be Kings. I play tested that. Not a fan. Broken Legions, interesting stuff there. Poseidon Warriors, I got that. Kind of a disappointment. On Guard, Dragon Rampant, not a fan. Honors of War is pretty good, actually. Black Ops. Was this modern? Do I have Fighting Sail? No, I don't. Black Ops, isn't that modern wargaming? Blah 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 blah. Although the standard Black Ops setting is an ultra-modern world, just a hair removed from our own, the rules are versatile and adaptable enough to suit OSS operations behind Nazi lines, Cold War-era infiltration missions in Moscow or Berlin, or sabotage runs against rival corporations' interests in a cyberpunk dystopia. And the rulebook will include a guide to running such games. Well, that's nice. $22, 64 pages. Gods and Mortals. Ronin. I remember Ronin. That was a pretty good game. My friend, I know a guy who's really into this. Duxplorum. I got that one. I think that's the very first Blue Book rule book. It's actually pretty cool. Skirmishers are weird, but again, it's a Daniel Mercy set of rules. He does odd things. A World of Flame. I remember that. Fistful of Kung Fu. Anyone play that? Fistful of Kung Fu? Kung Fu miniatures game? Again, by the Ganesha Games guy. Not a fan of Ganesha Games. Never was. But anyway, that's just me. Sounds modern. On Guard. Just completed correcting all the leather work on 15 horses. Hooray. progress. Feels good, doesn't it? Now, while still listening, to sort out the figures and scenery for Warhammer FERP in the AM. The PCs are facing a vampire. Oh, it's going to be nasty. Well, that's good. See, Paul can't be bothered by all this Osprey nonsense. He's focused. You can't distract him. You can't distract him. He can't be tempted by this silliness. He knows where it's at. He knows where the fun is at. For sure. Gotta hand it to him. Watch some replays of this. This actually looks pretty good. On guard. Dragon Rampant again, not a fan. Lion Rampant, not a fan. On the Seven Seas is another one that looks pretty good. Chris Piers. Chris Piers is a well-known... Now, he's a designer. He's pretty darn good. He's well known for his... If you remember, back in the days, I think it was the 90s, early 2000s, there was a series in War Games Illustrated called Darkest Africa. And through numerous issues of War Games Illustrated, he designed and released the full set of rules and army lists for Darkest Africa. And it was fantastic. You know, African tribes and explorers and hunters and all these different historical factions, you could say. It was a really good game. So that's the guy, Chris Piers, on the Seven Seas. I think I looked at this one. If you're into Blood and Plunder, you'd probably get into this. It's a nice extra game alongside On Guard. Set of wargame rules covering the high adventure and low morals of the world of pirates, from Drake and the High Sea Rovers to Blackbeard, the Barbary Corsairs, and the Wakao of the Far East. Pirates have hunted the seas across the globe, preying on port and vessels alike. Now you too can recreate the exploits of the pirate captains and naval commanders that hunted them. Whether you want skirmishes between crews and on uncharted islands, in the alleyways of the Caribbean ports, or ship-to-ship duels with climactic, bloodthirsty boarding actions. Rules are quick and easy to learn. Well, it actually says quick to learn. The small forces of buccaneers, commanded by captains or kept in line with trusted lieutenants, can also be scaled up with ease for larger engagements if you so wish. Gameplay centers on two driving motivations that epitomize pirate life: fear and greed. Cunning captains will have to balance these two elements, instilling fear in their opponents with bloodthirsty reputations, while keeping their own crew in line with the promise of loot and wealth. There you go, 64 pages, $20. Yeah, that'd be cool. I will say one thing. These little blue books, usually, because I haven't looked at them all, they usually pack a punch. There's a lot to them in these little 64-page books. And the good thing is that all the extra material, the stuff that fleshes them out even further, is usually provided with, right here, free gaming resources. Like we just saw with Zona Alpha, or whatever it is. Free rules for solo gaming. Whatever happened to the... I can't think of the name of it. The Colonial gaming one. They don't publish it anymore. The authors left, and they sell it on their own website now. I can't think of the name of the game. Anyway, Osprey doesn't have it in here no more. They don't take up a lot of space in the shelves. No, they don't. I have a few. I don't have a lot of these games.
But I did manage to pick up a few, like Dux Spalorum. I thought I had this one, Fighting Sail, but I don't think I do. I obviously don't have any of the newer ones. Play tested this. Besides Warriors, I have or am I going backwards? I don't know. They must not have all their games in here no more. It was more than this. Void Fighter. Pacific Command. I remember looking at these before. This one I have, Absolute Emperor. Strangely never played it. But anyway, there you go. I also have, under the heading Other War Games, there's usually hardbacks like The Doomed, Xenos Rampant, Lion Rampant, 2nd edition. Oh, they made that a hardback. Okay. Gamma Wolves. Ooh, Ragnarok. This one I remember. This is a good freaking game. Skirmishing in the Viking Age is with the gods. Last Days, that guy on YouTube wrote this. Gaslands Refueled. Let me look through a few of these. Reality's Edge. Dracula's America. That's another good one. Burros and Badgers. Dracula's America. That's a really good one. I got this one. Mad Dogs with Guns. That's pretty good. Scrappers. Deadly Field. John Hill's. I believe that was his final set of rules he ever published before he passed away. John Hill, of course, is the author of Squad Leader, but he's also the author of Johnny Reb, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd editions. This is essentially the 4th edition of that series, Johnny Reb. A lot of people didn't like this because the scale totally changed, and I don't know, it feels like a different game. I'm a huge fan of Johnny Reb's 2nd edition. If I ever play American Civil War, oh boy, I know right where I'm going. Yeah, John Hill. I have this one, Land of the Free. That's pretty good. Joe Crone. All right, let's get back to the chat. Enough of my chitter chatter. Used to do Masquerade LARP 25 years ago. Yeah, when it was popular. Hence V20. Just completed correcting all the leather work on 15 horses. Hooray. I think I just read that. Just about a war transformed. Why does this chat keep bouncing around on me? Like, it totally screws me up. Just about a war transformed. Don't have any World War I minis. Clearly lacking focus like Fritz said. Yeah. Well, what can we do? What can we do? It's the nature of gamers, I think. We're easily sidetracked. We like to call ourselves collectors.
to make sense of it all. Oh, I bought it. Probably never play it, but I collect it. You know, because it's nice to have on the bookshelf. We like to show off our collections, and when we're watching a video with somebody and you see all those books in the background, we're always looking at the books. Oh, what is that? Oh, I think I have that. You know, we're always doing that. We like that. We're always doing that. But I don't know. I learned my lesson because I became poor. And when you're poor, you can't do anything. So I learned. I had to learn. I had to sell my stuff to survive. So I learned to be disciplined. So that's why I kind of am the way I am. And I like it. I don't mind it at all. I don't want everything. I don't need all this stuff. And that's something I learned because, you know, you got to survive. I suppose if that wasn't the case, I would just have tons and tons of books and call them collections, hoarding all kinds of junk in my back room, and all these unpainted mountains, you know. For sure I would. But I'm glad I learned my lesson, because I think I'm going to enjoy the hobby more this time. It'll be more enjoyable to me. So what do you think about that, Clyde? What do you think about that? You with thousands of books and games behind you in your shelves. Or Francois and his hoard of tubs that are full of miniatures that'll never be played with, probably. Maybe. We'll see. Massive collections. I'm essentially starting over with a new attitude and a little bit more focus this time. So, yeah, I'm not going to complain. I just got to be mindful because, you know, I catch myself many times thinking about different games and, oh, this would look good too. I mean, my list of projects is growing as the days and weeks go by. I got to kind of back off a little bit. Put some breathing space in there. It's easy to fall back in that habit again. Because again, I think it's our nature as gamers. Sold most of my collection to keep the house going. So you know what I'm talking about. You'll appreciate it more, what you have. You learn that. Anglo-Zulu War rule set recommendations, 15 mil. Oh yeah, I am a huge fan, and I don't want to give away too much. I'll let these guys give their recommendations before I give mine. But I have something in particular that's my favorite, and I don't want to give away too much because it's linked to something I don't want to talk about. It's all good. It's good stuff. I don't want to say it. I'm very tempted to say it, but I won't. Anyone have any recommendations for Anglo-Zulu War? In 15 mil? I'll tell you my choice right here since we're talking about it. Nobody's saying anything. Get a hold of a set of rules in its second edition. It's great for 15 mil or 28. It's perfect for 15 mil. It covers the entire Victorian period. Not the entire period, really. I can't think of the dates that it goes by. But anyway. It's called Battles for Empire. Second edition. Battles for Empire. The author's a friend of mine. I got a hold of the second edition recently. You can probably get the rules free, actually, if you look on Facebook and join the community and message them. They'll give you a PDF. But these rules have been around for a long time, and I think he's working on a third edition, too, in the near future. But the rules have been around forever. They're fantastic for colonial wargaming. Battles for Empire 2. Highly recommended. Boer Wars, Sudan, Afghanistan, Zulus. And it allows for scaling, so you can play small battles or play the biggest battles you can imagine. It's one of my favorite sets of rules of all time. So there you go, Tam. So here it is, Board Game Geek, Battles for Empire, 1870 to 1914. Second edition. Battles for Empire 2. Captures the flavor of these so-called small wars while ensuring that both sides have an entertaining chance at victory. This is an important part of the rules that makes it kind of unique. I'll read that again. Captures the flavor of these so-called small wars while ensuring that both sides have an entertaining chance of victory. A combination of traditional game mechanics and newer approaches to wargaming allows players to experience the drama of large battles with an element of skirmish-level games. With careful scenario design, Isinawana Rorke's Drift can be refought using one rule system. BFE, as it's known, can be applied to all colonial gamings representing campaigns fought to 1914, while the dervishes of the Sudan, the Zulus and Boers in southern Africa, or the Pathans and northwest frontier of India continue to be the most popular native opponents. Other native forces and their various imperialist opponents are easily accommodated. BFE is one of the most comprehensive rule sets for colonial gaming, period. So collect your armies and start playing some battles, large and small, with BFE. It includes a complete rule system for recreating the battles of the colonial conquest period using miniatures, 68 pages including charts, tables, quick reference sheets specific to various colonial campaigns. Rules are easily learned but tactically subtle. Players command units of European regulars and trained colonial recruits, or fight against these invaders with armies like dervishes, Zulus, Pathans, Boers, Rifts. Complete rules system for recreating the battles of the colonial conquest period using miniatures. Just read that, didn't I?
Integrated movement and morale system makes ambitious plans difficult to coordinate under fire. Quick play is facilitated by concise turn sequence and efficient mechanics supplemented with specific rules to represent the fighting character of each army. The PDF rules book uses grayscale images with black text and line art diagrams for inexpensive, quick, friendly printing. All right? So if you're on Facebook, look up Battles for Empire, and you'll find the author there with his group. And if you message him, he'll get you the rules as a PDF for free. All right. You could also get him here in the States at, what's the name of that place? Damn it, I can't think of the name of it. I can never remember the name of this. Oh well. Can't get him here in the States by a hard copy. You could look it up on Google. Oh, it's called On Military Matters. That's the name of the place, mail order place, store you could get. The guy, they're well known at Historicon. He's there every year. He's always got a booth. But yeah, they carry copies of Battles for Empire. So there you go. That's my recommendation. I am 1K into 2K plus 15mm Zulu. The current nostalgic rules. Wait a minute. On current nostalgic rules, I like them and don't have the full rules. Thank you. You're welcome. They're a good set of rules. I like them a lot. In fact, I'm using them. More on that soon. And I use them with 18mm too. Or 15mm. So there you go, folks. Any more questions for the crew here? Yada da 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 da. Guess today we're discussing rules. I spent the weekend writing up some random charts for my future games. I made a D100 random table for personalities and a D100 table for physical traits. So you know what? While we sit here and chat for a little bit longer, I'm going to roll on those tables and see what we get. Typically, the way I handles it when I come across an NPC and I know nothing about these folks, or at least regarding their personality or physical features, I'll randomly roll for it because I love random stuff. To me, they're like writing prompts. Me, being a favorite of writing, I love it. Makes me creative. Which Pathfinder edition do you play? First, I assume. I played Pathfinder 2 for 4 to 5 years straight. It's a great game, very modern. It feels more like a game than it should. I think there's too much in the rules department with it. It's so highly organized, especially with feats. And that's another thing. It's so focused on feats that I don't know. It's just not my style. So I played that for 4 or 5 years, and I started with Pathfinder First Edition. And now I'm going back to First Edition for games that I run. Modern games of that nature, anyway. Yeah, so I would say I play First Edition now, which is a little bit more old school for me, closer to D&D 3 and 3.5.
Pathfinder 2's just too different. Too streamlined even. But that said, Rachel, who's in the server, GM Rachel, she's one of my favorite players, favorite people to play with. She is running Pathfinder 2 every other Wednesday on the server. And Clyde, if you go in there, there's a channel on the server called the Rogue's Den. It's a text channel. If you go in there, you could see what we're talking about our games and what I'm going to be planning to run and what she's running. And anyone else that's running an RPG. Everybody that's in the Rogue's Den is either a channel member or someone I have played with. And enjoy playing with. For the most part, that's who's in there. So you should have access to the channel. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was going to roll some characteristics on my tables I made this morning. Just for funsies while we sit here. Oops, it closed on me. My set of rules for Plains Indian Wars is also here, and it's also open for some reason. Let's see. Personality traits. So let's share this. Let me open it up and show you what it looks like. So this is my chart I put together. And by the way, here's my rules for the Plains Indian Wars. Let's not go into too much detail here because these will be published eventually. Some scenarios I put together. Wagon train ambush, clash at the crossroads, cavalry pursuit, village defense, raid on the fort, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, so let's not look at this too much. There you go. This is one version of my rules. But specifically, let's go to this chart I put together this morning. Let's roll some dice and see what we get.
There, seated at a table in the seedy tavern, is a lone client sitting and cuddling his drink, as it were. You approach the table, you pull up alongside him, maybe even sit alongside him in one of the empty chairs. And you begin to converse with him. Clyde says, "Hail, friend. What might your name be? What's your business here in town?" says Clyde. All right, so the GM has to roll some dice here because I have no freaking clue who this guy is. Probably should roll for his physical traits first, right? Let me see if we could do that. All right, here's the physical features. So let's roll probably twice is good on both of these tables, okay? And roll the dice off cam here. And I got a 59. Ooh, let's see what we got here. This is physical features. Stubbled chin, short prickly hair, dusting the jaw. All right, make a note of that. It might come in handy to know that, but it's part of my description. Let's roll again. So he's got a scruffy little beard on his chin. And I rolled exactly a 59 again. Wow, what are the chances of that? Let me do this again. 64. 64 is thick neck, bull-like neck, sturdy and unyielding, which might hint on other physical features. Maybe this guy is actually really stocky and muscular. Maybe he has a high strength. We don't need to know that. But you pull up alongside this table, and he looks pretty scruffy, Clyde, and he looks well built. His neck looks twice the size of your own. Surely a capable individual. Maybe he works on the docks. Maybe he's a huntsman. Maybe he's a veteran of many battles. Can't tell. But as you speak to him, questioning his name and purpose here in town, or at least in this tavern, let's find out what his personality is like, shall we? These would be cues for the GM to role plan. Again, it's a D100. Let's roll twice, maybe even 3 times. Personality is something you could do with that. 53. 53 is kind. He's gentle and considerate, always seeking to help. Imagine that. Imagine that, Kyle. As you pull up alongside him in this table, scruffy as he might be, strong and stocky as he might be, you get a very positive vibe about him. As he looks up towards you with open eyes, he gives a smile. Please, have a seat, my friend. It's lonely here at the table, he says to you, soft-spoken. Let's roll for his second personality trait. 38. Uh-oh. Gloomy. He sees the dark side of everything, rarely hopeful. So he's very much cynical, maybe. He sees the dark side of everything, rarely hopeful. Like I said, my friend, it's lonely here at this table. I'm not sure what lies ahead, except maybe dark days. I've traveled long and hard. My name is Evan. I come from the docks. I just arrived a few days ago on a longship. And who would you be? My name is Clyde. Well, thank you very much. I'm new to this place myself. All right, let's roll up a third personality trait. We're getting some role play here. This is great, Clyde. You're doing good. 81. All right? And, of course, the GM's writing these personality traits down. Typically, this is all you need for this NPC. But you've got to write them down in case they're encountered again. Right? Or in case he gets further developed. Like we already know, he's probably got good high strength. 81. 81 says, restless. Always on the move, unable to settle in one place or roll. Perfect for this guy. Because we already know he's a traveling man. He just came in recently, a few days ago, on a ship. A long ship, specifically. I'm a traveler. Many places. How about you, Clyde? You say your name is? Are you a traveler as well? You say you're new? And Clyde says, yes, I'm very new. I've recently taken up adventuring and exploring for wealth and treasure. Ah, one of those. It's a dangerous job that you've taken up, says this individual. I was once an adventurer, but no longer. I lost all my friends and compatriots in a grim fight in the Underdark. Best be mindful. Keep your sword blade sharp, my friend. And there you go. Now, how great is that? See how useful these freaking tables are? I love it. This is what makes being a GM so fun for me, personally, because you can be so creative. So, I worked up these 2 charts this morning. Cautious, altruistic, ambitious, brave, boisterous, curious, cynical, there he is, distrust others' motives, expecting the worst from people. All right, let's get back to the chat. Well done, Clyde. Necky LaRue. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to make more of these tables, too, for my games. I've been asking you guys for any good recommendations for random tables. And yeah, if you have any, please put them. But since I don't really have a whole lot, I started making my own. So, there you go. What's next? I was talking to Rachel about this. What were we talking about specifically? Oh, sandbox play and
as opposed to story. Because my argument was, Rachel, do you think, with a lot of this modern game RPGs today, do you think there has been a swing towards a focus on stories, telling stories, as opposed to, say, the emergent story that develops as you play, i.e. like in a sandbox, right? She never experienced... I was curious what she was going to say, because she's a modern gamer. She started with 3.5, you know? So we're talking early 2000s. But I was curious what she said. I already know the answer. But I wanted to hear it from her. And she couldn't really answer it because she's a modern gamer. She really never experienced playing back in the 80s, 90s, and the concept of the emergent story. But she said she knows about it, and she'd like to try it, but she feels that it's too slow. It would be too slow and too difficult to do. Now, we didn't go far with the conversation, probably should have, and maybe I'll pick it up again later. But my argument would be, no, the opposite is true. It's actually a faster way to play. I did tell her, though, that it's the funnest way to play because it allows the GM to have fun because he's dealing with the unknown. He's dealing with being creative as opposed to just memorizing stats. You're actually creating stuff. More so than you normally would with a story-based game where there's rails and the players have to go a certain way and a story is told through it, i.e. an adventure module, right? Yeah, so I did discuss that with her. And that kind of made me want to sit down and make some random tables. And what I hope to do is actually demonstrate for her how easy it really is by incorporating random tables into your game and letting players do whatever they want, right? Because like I've said before, if role-playing games are unique at all from any other form of gaming, it's due to the fact that the players can do anything they want. Unlike any other game, you can do whatever you want. That's what makes a role-playing game unique in my book. And when you're playing a story game, playing an adventure or an adventure path where there's rails, you can't go outside that. You can't do anything you want. There is restrictions. It's a great story, but it isn't necessarily a full-on role-playing game experience, is it? At least not in my book. But anyway, folks, there you go. We talked about rules today. We talked about role-playing. Talked about some gaming philosophy. And some random table demos. That was good fun. Good role-play from Clyde there today. Fantastic. Youthful adventurer that you are. Coming into the tavern. The seedy tavern, mind you. Looking for daring-do events in your life? I don't know. Who's to say? Talked about Battles for Empire 2, one of my favorite colonial Victorian era games. Check it out, folks. I think it's a grand set of rules. I enjoy it a lot. And you'll probably be hearing a lot more of it, too. Now it's time to make some food of some sort. I'm with you on that. I am starving, Clyde. I'm starving. Thanks for being here today, Clyde, and thanks for the support as always. You guys need to get in touch with me. You know where to find me on Discord. Links are in the description below and all that other good stuff. And yes, I don't say it enough, but I should say like, share, and subscribe because that's what it's all about. Keeps things going. That's for sure. And I will be back, I want to say tomorrow because I've been offline for quite some time. Cheers to you as well, Clyde. Because I do have some basing to get done, some flocking. So watch your feeds tomorrow around the same time. I'll be back with some exciting flocking. And Paul, James, everybody else that joined me today, thank you. It was a slow group today, as in not many people showing up. But Paul, I appreciate it. And
you have a good time as well. And Matt, he was in here too. Gotta say thanks to that. Thanks to Matt as well. And, okay. And you too, Time. You take care. Welcome to the community. Join us again tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Battles for Empire 2. Goodness. All right, folks. As always, you guys hang in there. You know why. It's only going to get better. Talk to you soon.